Everybody. Welcome to DRC. I am the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. My name is Christina Sorrento. And this is the DRC meeting for 8676 Georgia Avenue. Your lead reviewer is Adam Bossi. And the purpose of this meeting is to answer any questions you might have based upon the comments that you received previously. Sorry, I just have to mute some people. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Go ahead, Adam. And
Cool. Thank you, Christina. Good morning. Adam Bossi from the Down County team, your lead reviewer for this project. So your comments did come out last week. Thank you again for making the submission. We were happy to see it. Looking forward to working through the review of this with you. So the review comments that came out, and just taking a look at them, kind of synthesizing it down big picture, I think that kind of the key issues fell under the topics of building design, parking, public benefits, and just outstanding data needs were kind of the big broad picture of those. I think some comments were fairly minor, just asking for small corrections, things like that, and others were more substantive. So looking forward to getting into that discussion with you, and I'll turn it over to you all.
And we're also really excited to be here today. The roadside folks are here and can answer questions if you have any. Appreciate, as always, kind of everyone consolidating their comments. There are some things that we'll kind of touch on today, and then we'll go back, some of them related to design that we'll have further discussions on with DAP. We actually are planning on resubmitting DAP plans, et cetera, actually the end of this week, so we can get onto the next agenda. So a couple of things we wanted to focus on were regarding public benefit points. We'll provide additional information to DEP on the recycling facility plan, provide the additional graphic on architectural elevation points that were requested. On the exceptional design points, we have begun to explore further the elevator that's located on Georgia. Daniel and others will talk more about it, but it can't be moved. So we've begun to think about how to address that from a design perspective, and we'll show you a concept that they've come up with and that we'll be submitting to DAP as well. So we know we'll kind of touch on that, and then we figure we come back. So I think with that, why don't we start with the elevator treatment? Liz, can you pull up that plan? Let me close this on. So one of the comments was basically our elevator core is on Georgia. And was there any way for us to basically focus on the design of that element? And so, Daniel, do you want to talk about some of the design intent and explain why, just briefly, like why we can't move the elevator?
Yeah, so the elevators for the retail grocery tenant are located at the corner of Georgia, and they can't be moved for a couple of reasons. One is because the entry to the retail is located at the corner of Georgia to activate that corner, and the elevators and the entry need to share and have a shared vestibule per the retailer's requirements. And another reason that it's difficult to move them, or we can't move them, is because the parking ramp, can you go to the page 3?
One more, Liz?
No, this is so you can see in the top right corner is where our elevators are, and our parking ramp is kind of making a pinch point there. So to have the elevators in that entry at the corner, that's really the only place they can be. We've looked at rotating them 90 degrees, but that also pinches the elevators in the structural column on the first floor, which makes it too narrow of an entry for good circulation and retail viability. So that's where we landed with how the elevators have to work for the retail to be viable. And our design solution for activating this corner is adding a fritted glass or frosted glass at this corner and backlighting it so it glows at night and has a nice even facade during the daytime.
Plan to submit this with DAP, and we are interested if anyone has any preliminary comments or thoughts on kind of our approach to this. Everybody, others are on the call, but
Paul is online.
Okay.
Atara wasn't able to make it today. But she did say that, you should still be able to wrap the glass on the entry vestibule around the corner. So if that's. I'm not sure if Paul has anything to add on. that.
Anything else?
I'll just add, this is Paul. It's very unfortunate that the $1 million corner is taken up by vertical circulation rather than by, active uses. And I guess I understand, that a structural column that's now in the design and a ramp that's now in the design interfere with moving this elevator, but we've kind of pushed ourselves into a corner here where this corner should be the most active place on both of these streets to get people in and out of this building and to have activity on Georgia Avenue. I mean, Georgia Avenue is dying, and you have a building next door that has no activation on this street. You have a new parking garage that's coming across the street that will have no activation on this street. And it's very, very unfortunate. I think this is a corner that is being extremely lost, unfortunately, by this circulation. So I understand the constraints, I guess. But I think it's just very, very unfortunate. You would never have a building with a corner, with the most prominent corner with elevators in it in Bethesda, for instance, or anywhere else, I think. So it's just a very unfortunate situation here. And I don't know what a solution would be, but this is unfortunate. That's all I'll say, I guess.
Thanks, Paul. We've definitely spent a lot of time on it, so know that we've taken your comments seriously. It's just challenging in terms of the narrowness of the site and other circulation requirements. But all right, we'll move on. Traffic study. Sam, just had a couple of questions for you. One of the comments in both 22 and 21, you talked about addressing preliminary plan resolution, but you specifically said addressing offsite improvements, and then mentioned we weren't sure what you were asking us to do. So it's tied to the issuance of the first UNO. Was there anything specifically you were looking for?
No, still, I just wanted to make it condition of the certified site plan as well, so it's also in the process. I would add this caveat that we need to have a right of way permit, obviously, to implement these improvements. We have a couple of options. Either we could fold them into the right of way permit for the frontage improvements, or we could keep that separate and apply for a separate right of way on offset improvement. And I'm gonna leave it up to you.
We'll definitely be keeping it separate. Hey, everybody, it's Pat LeVay with MHG. The frontage work will all need to be permitted and bonded. I believe the conditions are before plat, recordation, or building permit, but all the offsite stuff being tied to occupancy and also being so far away from the site, we will definitely permit that separately.
Yeah, Pat. And then because they're going to be done separately, you probably need to have the UNO permit at some time along the way, so we could add this condition to it, similar to what we did for the other project in Silver Spring.
Yeah, HSC headquarters. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
On utility volts, there were just some conflicting comments regarding utility volts. Sam, in comment 28 had indicated that we can, that basically the transformers are owned and going to be maintained by the utility company, and that they can be in the right of way.
Yes.
There was a comment, I think, from you, Adam, that indicated that it could not be in the right of way, and we just wanted to confirm that DOT controls.
Right. I mean, as long as you labeled clearly on the plan, Stacy, that they are going to apply for, constructed, and maintained by Pepco, that's acceptable.
We can add the notes to that, just like we did in Bethesda on the PLD Lot 25 project.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, Pat, this is a teak. With Pepco vaults being in the right of way, if it's for exclusive use of this building, we will not allow it. We will not accept it for maintenance and it should be on private property. But if it's serving the public, so somebody else could also use the vault, then that's acceptable. Because it's serving more than just one property. Then it will be acceptable to us. Because if it's serving only this property for the exclusive use of this property, then they should accommodate location on their own property. But if it's for public service for other property owners to use, then that could be in the right of way.
I would need to check with our utilities consultant to see if, in fact, they can be used for other services, but I mean, they'll be installed. Certainly, day one would be to serve this project.
No, I mean, if it's Pepco and says, okay, if somebody else comes in the future, then they can use the vault, then that's fine. But if this is exclusively for this particular project and nobody else can in the future use it, then they need to find a space on their own property to accommodate them, because this is only serving them, not the public.
Why don't we circle back on that, Pat, when you
Sure.
have a chance to speak to the utility folks? Okay, bike parking, we'll address the comment regarding long-term parking. There was a note in terms of locating, where we should be locating the bike parking. We wanted to talk a little bit about that. The bike parking, is proposed on the 4th floor of the garage, which is the first residential floor of the garage. And we'll have easy access, by the elevator. It has to be located there for a number of reasons.
Yeah, so the first two parking floors are reserved for retail traffic and they are separated from the residential traffic with a separate ramp. So they have an internal ramping structure for floors 1 and 2. And the space required to separate the ramps is like the space we're using for the bike parking on level 4. And also on level 4, the bike parking is for the residents, so it makes sense to have the bike parking at the level where they're parking. And all of the, like, in order to get to the bike parking, you'll have to take an elevator anyway, so having it at that level is the same travel distance for a person on the bike.
I'm Nick Peavy for transportation. So the elevator drops them off where exactly? I just want to understand the like residential bike experience.
Yeah, can you pull up?
Liz, can you pull the plans up?
Yep, just give me a second.
Yeah, can you go to the last page? Yeah, so the bike parking is on this floor, level 4, and the elevator's located there. So your bike parking is right off the elevators. And then the elevators go down to the first floor, and then the 2 elevators on the left are front and back. So there's a corridor which links the back of that elevator to a door straight shot on Ramsey Avenue.
Okay, and so there's no conflict between the way that a cyclist would get out and they're not like having to negotiate like a loading dock that is shared with a vehicle at any point? Okay.
No, it's just a corridor and a door which goes to Ramsey.
Great. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And this will be added to the next submission, the sheet. Okay. Perfect.
On the TDM, is Nicholas PB on?
Oh, right there.
Question for you. The TDM, we typically submit that later on because it's required prior to issuance of any building permit. So the question is do we need to do anything now? Like, we typically don't do that at this point. We typically kind of negotiate it with DOT at a later point.
Okay, yeah, I'm picking up this project sort of midstream, so
Okay.
I think that's fine. I've been with this, cool with you guys.
I'm sorry.
Just doing it later as it's normal.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and then the last one is for Ariel, comment 18. We didn't have the plan, so we weren't sure what tree was being referenced in comment 18.
So some of the landscape, you have two trees, I think so not in Georgia, but the other one across the street. And the forest conservation has only one tree, so we wanna see consistent, how many trees you actually put in the ground. Yeah.
Ad or anybody else, does that clarify or any other follow-up questions on that?
Did you mean the landscape plans,
Yeah.
Ariel?
Yeah, that would be great, because sometimes we see two trees on.
I think if I was following, you were saying it's a discrepancy between the architectural site plan and the landscape plans.
Yeah, so if you can refine that, let us know how many trees you actually put in the ground, that would be great.
Yeah, this is Trini Rodriguez. Our plans are accurate. So we'll coordinate and see if by any chance the architecture plans have slightly different numbers, but we've been working pretty hard at sort of keeping a consistent sort of streetscape with a number of trees where.
Yeah, I can take you the screenshot and send those to you, so maybe that would help you.
Yeah, we'll coordinate then.
Actually, all of our questions, so.
All right.
So I guess the next thing is just kind of going through hearing date and date of submittals and things.
Yeah, so our schedule moving forward, as I mentioned, as we were getting started with the meeting, the acceptance letter was corrected to reflect 120 days date, 120-day review period date going through March 27th. That'll be your tentative planning board hearing date. Working backwards from that, our staff report is going to post 10 days prior to that, so that'll be March 17th. Agency review letters are due on February 10th. Your final resubmission is January 21st. Our comments prior to that will come out on January 14th. Your next resubmission would be due January 1st. And that is our schedule in reverse moving forward.
So January 1st.
So probably January 2nd.
That would be great. Thank you.
So we had that back and forth, a little bit of back and forth clarifying about the noise study. Was that?
Keep asking that. Yep.
Yeah, so we are contacting our noise consultant for a new study done again to meet all the things you said. So
Thank you for sending that clarity.
Yeah.
And we sent that over to the noise folks to make sure they understood what you were looking for.
Yeah, and they can feel free to give Ariel a call on.
Okay.
Anything else?
This is Paul again. Just a little thing. I didn't hear any comment about it. Maybe I missed it. Can someone explain to me why that little bump out in the on-street parking is located there in the middle of the on-street parking for this building?
It's just a choker for the parking so that the parking is sort of protected in there. Oh, you mean the middle one, Paul? Not the end one?
Yeah, no, the middle one.
I believe that was a comment during sketch plan to get an additional tree in there. And I know there was another comment this round about those bumps and maybe shifting a little bit more, but I believe that was to accommodate an additional tree, which is not currently shown here, it looks like, but.
Right. Well, unless there's some, rhythm of trees in all of these bump outs going along this street, I think it's much more important that we try to get at least one more space right there. I think minimal on-street parking on this street is going to be, obviously, it's supposed to be a green street, I guess. But I can imagine this is going to be an issue, parking on this street. So
I believe one of the comments we received this round was actually to further reduce the parking by one space. I'm trying to find it right now.
Yeah,
get-
I think, Pat, that was DOT's comment. It was my comment, especially the sector plans calls for that as well. If you look at the cross section, it calls for not continuous parking, have islands in between to break the parking as well.
Well, if there's not going to be a tree in it, then I think it's kind of useless. Anyway, I guess we can further discuss this, but it just, I know that it's supposed to be a green street, but, drop off for this apartment building, for the diner, the stores and everything. I just think that this is going to be deliveries and everything else. It's just going to be a problem. So, unless there's a very good reason why we have that little bump out, I'm suggesting we maybe don't have it. So, we can talk further about that.
That would be helpful because we definitely will have conflicting comments with regards to that. So if someone can give us direction,
We'll talk internally and get back to you on that one.
This is
Yeah,
a
and I-
tweak again. I think I agree with what Paul is saying. It just, if there's no tree, it doesn't make sense for that bump out to be there. That's,
Yeah.
To
It
our
doesn't make sense.
recollection, we never talked about putting trees there. That I can remember, it was really more adding green and breaking up the parking, but not
Yeah,
necessarily.
Trini, I would say if you guys can't fit trees in there, then I'm not sure why we're doing it. I know it's for, obviously, as Deepak mentioned, sector plan conformance, but I think we'll have to talk about that. I mean, if it doesn't work to get more trees in there, then it does look a little, it just doesn't look right. So,
I'll go back and find the original comment from sketch and preliminary, and then also look at the latest comment and sort of digest all of that and see what that results in, and I can circulate a sketch or an email about it.
I think we want more than one tree because one tree would look silly. So you either have 3 at
Right.
least, or
exactly.
yeah.
They have 2 trees in Ramsey, and this sheet has only 1. That's where the discrepancy is. Can you pull out the architecture sheet number 1, please? Whoever has the control.
Yeah, it's on Ramsey. That's an area where we would love to put trees, another tree, but it's on the truck turning movement.
Oh, man.
I guess the question would be, could that space actually be used for an additional parking space? Like it looks.
Oh, the one, right.
Well, what's to the left?
I
So that
think
just regroup. There's an area to the left too, and I'm just wondering what it is, but if you narrow that down, you might actually get a new space.
Well, the area to the left is for the floating bus stop that's proposed, so that's a little bit constrained over there.
Yeah.
It's shown as green there, but it's actually really that's where the floating bus stop's gonna be.
Yeah,
That,
that's
maybe I'm missing it, but that doesn't look to me like it matches the other plan we just had up.
Yeah,
but-
that's the one.
right. That's correct. And ours is supposed to be, this is more illustrative from the architects. Ours is being coordinated with Pat, correct, Pat? And we're showing the bus stop. I mean, if you go back to that other plan, we're showing the bus stop. And I believe that bump out was requested, which is why we added it. Initially, it was more like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Trini, that's fine, but the plan sheets need to match, so on all of them, so we have to make sure that does that. And then I think is what we were saying is that we would like to see if we could get that second tree on Ramsey, if possible. And then we'll figure out what to do with that bump out in the middle of those parking spaces, because that just doesn't seem to.
Right.
So Ramsey does have a lot of it's designed very specifically for the accommodating those larger trucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we
That's
just
why
need to
there's
make sure
no-
that the other plans reflect that there's not a second tree.
Right.
Sure.
So they have to match.
Correct.
We will update. And then if there's any further, Pat will do his analysis. It's comment 67 that talks about moving space. So if there's anything you guys have if there's anything you want to refine for us for comment 67 or a different direction, let us know, or we can submit what, kind of hearing your comments, submit what we think we heard, and then you guys can give us further comment after that before our final submission. So I guess if Pat sees anything that's completely in contrast and we're not sure, we'll give you a call, Adam, to clarify.
Please.
All right, anything else? Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Christina Sorrento. I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. And this is the DRC meeting for Viva White Oak. Your lead reviewer is actually Emily Teitelbaum, but Parker Smith is sitting in for her today. The purpose of this meeting is for you to ask any questions based upon the comments that you received. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and Parker will start it off by highlighting the major items we should discuss and then turn it over to the applicant. So go ahead, Parker.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, we're obviously very excited about this project. It sort of goes without saying that we're very, thrilled to see it moving forward. Very excited about the opportunities it'll bring to East County. So we're very excited to have it, in with us. Obviously, it's a bit atypical for us to have a preliminary plan just for the roads and really intended for the construction of those roads. So that sort of unusual situation does require a bit more detail than we usually would require for a preliminary plan. So a lot of our comments, I think, were sort of oriented in that vein. We need to see certain site plan level details such as stormwater, on-street parking, street trees, future bus stops, transitions, truck turning, site distance, and other requirements that DOT has in their letter of comments as well. And then the other main point to hit on is just that the LOD being shown was larger than we were expecting. So we just want to make sure that that's really only what is needed for the construction of the roads that's proposed here. So that's the overview. I know we've had discussion so far, but open up for questions.
Sure. And we recognize the comment about the LOD, and we'll be coming back to set up a meeting to discuss that. And we understand that we'll explain why it showed as a higher one, but where we can bring it back down. As far as, again, the level of detail, it's difficult at this point to provide a lot of that. Just as a reminder, we got the subdivision waiver when we went through the first time, and it was kind of recognized that this would maybe have more flexibility in the review and the details you'd normally get. So if you haven't, I think the subdivision waiver that we got is still in effect. And so if you haven't had a chance to look at it, just to help you be flexible in your review, because it did recognize that this was just for the roads and that everything after this is anything vertical where you're going to get those details is a preliminary plan amendment and a site plan, and we acknowledge that. So where we can provide the details, we will do that. Just please be flexible and understanding that some of these details are either not ready for prime time yet or just difficult to provide as we're just doing the roads.
Understood.
And I think there was one comment about are the development lots being approved now? They're not. These are just the large lot areas that then get subdivided out. And so I think everyone recognizes that, but just a reminder about kind of the unique nature of the project.
One thing I was going to mention, Scott, I'm sorry to interrupt, was that are we going to move to construction right after preliminary plan approval?
Yes.
Because if we're going to do that, then we need obviously some details that are normally associated for construction drawings that we don't see.
Right, that we understand, yeah.
So
that's the level of detail that we're really talking about.
Yeah.
As it pertains to the roads that you want to construct.
Right. And I don't know if and I would ask, I guess, if Jotika or Stephanie, do we understand which of those details, and we had a discussion about this, which of those details that we acknowledge we can provide, or would we like it, would we ask maybe to have a further refinement just to make sure everything you actually need might be helpful. So I would ask just Jotika and Stephanie, do you think we understand what we can provide to get to road construction, or would it be helpful to ask for another cut by staff to say, okay, this is what we really actually need?
Yeah, this is Jyotika. So Stephanie, please feel free to chime in, but I'll just, answer for now that yes, I think we understand, and we had some meetings with Sam and Deepak also just pre-DRC, and definitely we understand the curb cuts we are showing currently We will provide you site distances, and then stormwater management development plan was also submitted to DPS. So hopefully that review also provides uh, sufficient details and comfort to the agencies to approve these plans. Uh, as far as the future additional curb cuts, again, that is where we want some flexibility, because at this point, what we have determined as curb cuts, and we will definitely evaluate and provide, but there could be future curb cuts, which at that time we believe will need its own preliminary plan amendment and site plan, and can be reviewed at that time, associated with master plan roads.
I'll say, this is Stephanie. Agreed. I would say I'm hoping that if obviously 100 scale was as detailed as the previous approval got on the preliminary plan, which is why we submitted 100 scale. I'm hoping we will be adding some smaller scale plans so you guys can see the road in better detail, and that will suffice a lot of the requests.
Yeah. Janika, I think we discussed showing the parkings as well, because parkings have direct impact on stormwater management design and their location. So I hope parkings shown as well.
Right, Sam. So we will take, yes, we will show some parking along the master plan roads based on our current projected programming on both sides of the road. So yes, we will show you certain areas where we think, like the residential part, we know that's not going to change, which is on the WSSC side. So we will attempt that. There are some moving pieces on commercial side, and we believe that some places might not meet parallel parking because how we're thinking they're gonna turn out to be. But yes, we will definitely show you parallel parking on these master plan roads where at this point we believe they are needed.
Yeah, Jyotika, to add to what Sam said, the whole reason for showing that ultimate condition with the parking and stuff is to incorporate the stormwater management, and it's to be built. So basically, we are looking at the worst case scenario that with the stormwater management is already incorporated into the right of way impervious areas, and not go back and redesign. If you put new impervious, go back and redo the stormwater management. The whole intent is that. So we need to see the the worst case scenario here. And then you can go back, and when you amend the plans, you can go back and revisit the roadway. But as you were mentioning about the curb cuts as well, I understand you will have more curb cuts, but the curb cuts currently shown right now, are they going to be final as well? Is that what the intent is going forward? The medium breaks? If that's the case, then the parking and as well as the stormwater management facilities, some of the facilities which are identified are within that 150 feet of that intersection, which can be adjusted as far as grading. I mean, you can kind of adjust the grading to move that beyond that 150 feet. The whole reason of asking for 150 feet is if we need a turn lane, we don't want any facilities, any structures in place there to put any turn lanes in there. So the whole intent of asking that put those structures, permanent structures, at least 150 feet away from the median breaks. That's the whole intent. So if you are planning on changing those curb cuts, are moving it, I just wanted to put that out there that the curb cuts will be 150 feet away from the future. If you want to move the curb cuts, that's going to be a requirement. So just keep that in mind, unless you can show me that there's no right turn lane required. So at that point, whenever you come in future.
Understood, but Deepak, your concern or offsetting the stormwater management facility is because of the future maintenance and accessibility in a road, or I just want to understand because these
in
are
the
all
road as
underground.
well, because I don't want, like, there is a structure you have 150. I mean, that's why I said if you place the stormwater management, place it on the far side and not on the near side of the intersection. The whole reason, like, if you have it on the near side, if I need a right turn lane, there's no way I can put a right turn lane unless I go back and redo the stormwater management, which is already in there. So right now, I'm not asking for right turn lanes because I cannot, there's no development out there. I don't know what the turning movements are. So in future, if I need to put it in, I don't want any structures in the way. That's the whole intent.
Okay. Yeah, we'll look at that and we'll best place them with the correct design.
Yeah, this is Mark Etheridge real quick. What we're looking for is the stormwater has to work with what DOT approves for the road design, right? The stormwater really has to follow DOT's requirements, and then we fit it in around that. So we need to know what DOT needs so that we know that you have a viable stormwater management concept going forward. We don't want to leave too many questions on the table so that you come in later with your design and there's a change to the design of the roadway. Oh, we can't fit stormwater in now. We're going to have to waive something. So we just need to make sure that we have enough information from DOT that they're okay with what you're showing them, and then you can show us how you're going to fit stormwater management into that system. It's tight, so we need to make sure that we kind of have a really probably better than usual idea of where these things are going at this stage. That's what I'm trying to achieve with our stuff.
So just a quick clarification question, though. We are purposely only showing about 3 curb cuts on White Oak Parkway right now because those are the ones we're pretty confident about location. And even those, I think, as we've developed this plan, are shifting a little in the next submission. But there are twice as many planned, especially in the residential development. We don't plan to show them because we don't actually know their location yet. Are you saying you'd prefer that we show more curb cuts when the location is not set?
So if you're taking those, if you're putting in more curb cuts, the parking is going to go away, right? I mean, I just wanted to
No,
make,
I fit the parking in, but putting all of the swim 150 from each intersection when each intersection, I'm not saying they're all that close, but some of the intersections are 350 feet apart. So, yeah.
again, that I've been, as I said, that's a moving part. I totally get that. I'm not saying that you have to show all that right now, but the major intersections, if you're pretty sure about these intersections, the median breaks, the other curb cuts might be right in, right out. There won't be median breaks, correct?
Okay.
So
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. So for those, I need to, I mean, even if you put, there are intersection spacing requirements per the code. So you have to look at that again.
Absolutely.
I have to look at the counts as well in order for me to approve the median breaks. As you mentioned, there's a lot of moving parts, but I just wanted to make it very clear that if you're putting that road in, I want the stormwater management to be designed for the ultimate condition with all the impervious area taken into consideration. That's what I'm getting at. So if you're showing parking, I mean, if take it at the worst case scenario, and that cannot be moved. So if that is set, the stormwater management facility, you're going to build a stormwater management part of this roadway, right? So if that is not going to move, that is going to set. So I just wanted to make sure that if I'm approving a median break and if a right turn is needed, I will definitely not approve. And if there's a right turn lane needed, I won't approve something within 150 feet of that stormwater management facility. Because otherwise you'll have to go back and rebuild that stormwater management facility. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Right, so
Makes sense?
yes, it does, and we'll take a look at that. And if we are in a situation that we need to talk again on a certain location, we will discuss with you, Deepak and Mark. But I think we understand your intent.
Jessica, to add to that as well, the storm drain layout didn't show any pipe sizes. I'm not sure if you're building that road in, it has to be put in as part of this construction. I think the trunk line needs to go in. So that has to be designed and that has to be sized as well, because if there are any easements needed, we need to see that now. So the easements depend on the size of the easement, depend on the size of the pipe. So So you will
Okay.
have to design that storm drain pipe and show me the sizes at this next submission probably. I need to see those the size of the pipe.
Okay.
Any, Jotika and Stephanie, anything else on this?
Nothing else for today. Thank you.
And since Deepak just wanted to also let you know, I spoke yesterday to Greg Ossen with DGS. Greg's comfortable with the issue with B5, whether it's public or private. He said it doesn't really matter to him. And to the road participation agreement, there's a couple aspects of the funding that we're looking at, but I wanted to let you know that we are coordinating with him and he's aware of the status of the preliminary plan and the issue with B5.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, as I said, if you have coordinating with that, we prefer that to be private as well. We don't have a preference that public or private, but we would, I mean, preference wise, yes, personal preference, I would like to have it be private
Yep.
rather than public. Just the other thing is I put some of about the roundabout design. I put some links out there in my comments. So you may want to take a look at that if the roundabout is designed to that SHA standards.
And I think some folks are aware that we're also engaged with general services on the authorization for the road. So hopefully that won't drag out too long. So I think generally that's everything we wanted to cover. And obviously we've got subsequent meetings that we'll set up as we move along. We had one extension for the 1 month. That might be up tomorrow. I was told it was.
Yeah, if you could get us,
Now we're into the real extension.
yeah, if you could make your request before that expires.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so today,
Yeah,
get us something today.
today. Okay.
We'll get it to you.
Yeah, that's not a problem. That's everything we had.
All right.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Looking forward to continuing this process.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Christina Sorrento. I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is the DRC meeting for Wilgis 2, North Park. Your lead reviewer is Tamika Graham. The purpose of this meeting is to ask any questions about the comments that you already received. Tamika will highlight any of the major items we should discuss and then turn it over to the applicant. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and I'm going to turn it over to Tamika.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Again. Yeah, good morning. It's actually been a while since we looked at this site. I actually worked on the sketch plan, the preliminary, and the phase 1 site plan. And so I know all of the long hours that the applicant team put in. Good morning, Greg. I see you on the line.
Hi, Tamika.
I don't know if Bob Mazuka is on the line, but I know, you know, the incredible amount of hours that, you know, the owner and the and your team, you all put into having an approval for a really great project. And so our goal with your amendment is to, you know, continue to move this forward with the best alternative plans possible, and to meet the and to continue to meet the intent of the sector plan, and obviously our broader, you know, housing needs for the county. And so one of the things that we noticed when we reviewed what you submitted is that, and what we appreciate that your team was trying to do as well, is that you tried to keep as much as possible the same from the initial approval. And so we noticed that that actually led to not a lot of dramatic shifts with the defining features of the plan. So, you know, you have your pedestrian through block connection in the park in the same space. But the more we kind of talk through this, we really thought that because the typology is different, the density is different, and from what we can see, there are no backyards proposed, that we actually think it's a good idea to kind of to contemplate some shifts with the layout. And if I could spotlight a couple of things before I turn it over to your team for revisions, I think for us, we would just highlight site layout, the open space, that pedestrian through block connection, which also doubles for the fire access, and then also the public benefits. So the site layout, you know, our impetus for that is that, you know, with respect to the neighborhood character and continuity, we think that some changes would make it a better neighborhood street from the perspective of streamlined drive. So right now you have a lot of sides facing that neighborhood street, and we think that it could be improved, it can be enlivened if the towns were reoriented to create a frame to face the other townhouses. The open space, I know you all remember when we were going through this initially with the sketch and the preliminary, we were really trying to, it was public, it was approved as public open space. And so it has a certain intent. It needs to face a certain way. It needs to be inviting for general public use. But right now, changing it to common, you know, we would want to see common open space more interior to the site, where the residents feel like it's their space to access, especially if you you don't have backyard space. I'm not sure if you're proposing balconies or anything, but so we would look at that space a little bit differently with this scenario. And then for the pedestrian connection, again, we think it's a great east-west connection, you know, that we put in from the initial proposal, but we would like to see it given some more prominence from the pedestrian perspective. So carrying the pavers across, making it level across the entire stretch, so that it feels like more of a pedestrian thoroughfare as opposed to just a vehicular cut through. And then I mentioned the public benefits. We do know there are some changes with all of that. You know, obviously with the 3 bedrooms now, with the townhouses, you know, the points for the bedrooms, you know, really inflate the points in that category. But the bottom line is we're really losing a lot of points from the environmental sustainability category. And, our big question to you is, have you contemplated any alternative improvements for sustainability to kind of make up for what was lost? And again, trying to meet the intent of the sector plan goals, which focuses a lot on environmental sustainability. So I'll leave it there. But before I turn it over, just the schedule, we would like to have you on the planning board's agenda for February the 20th in 2025. And so that would place your last submittal 45 days prior to that on Monday, January the 6th. And so at the end of the meeting, we can figure out if we need to also assign some time for a follow-up discussion, but we can figure that out towards the end. But I think those are just kind of our key points for what you submitted.
Tamika, Bob Harris here. A quick opening remark, but then I want to really turn it over to Greg and to the engineers and planners because they're more on it. First of all, thank you and your colleagues for working with us on this. There was a big prefatory amount of work already, and you've recognized that. I want to remind those on the phone who are not part of those discussions that there is a direct connection between this project and the Rose Village project to the south of it, both properties owned by the same owner, and the affordable housing component on the Rose Village is being supported by this project here. And so you folks were great to work with us in contemplating this sketch plan amendment, and we're anxious to move forward with it now. So really just a pat on the back for working with us. I think we understood your comments pretty well. You've reiterated four of the more noticeable ones, and I'll turn it over to Greg and Mike or Sachin. Do you want to dig into any of those further?
Well, I would just say, and hello, everyone, and thank you, Tamika, for the comments, and we look forward to working with you on this one as well. I would just say on the park, I think we feel like the park in the location that's shown is the best location. It's we think honoring the original location that was established back in 2020, I guess, with the original plan. We think it works well there. It's sort of, if you look at the project as a whole, and you kind of zoom out and you go all the way back down to East Jefferson Street at the west end of the Wilgus property, or what's now called the North Park project. You've got an open space down there on East Jefferson, then you've got another one here, and they kind of are bookends, if you will. And then in the center, you've got the large park with the active amenities and planning and programming in the central space. I feel like that space, that urban plaza open space, works really well out on Town Road, and it's a great spot and a space for, serving both residents of our community, but also people that are passing by. It's a place for them to stop in and sit on a bench. And we've got some good ideas for how we might program that space. So we like it where it is, and we think it was set in the right place originally. So I guess that's my main comment on the open space. And as far as the idea of trying to turn homes to front on Streamline Drive and sort of be opposed to the other townhomes that are currently facing onto Streamline Drive, that's something we can look at. We haven't had really a chance to talk amongst ourselves in detail and look at these comments. I do feel like doing that would actually reduce the density somewhat, possibly significantly, if we were to try and turn those homes along Streamline Drive to face Streamline Drive. That's something we can look at, but I do think that would reduce the density quite a bit. So those are just my first two thoughts on some of the major comments.
Yeah, Greg, this is Natasha, the event designer of Mid-County. Sorry, I cannot be there on the video, but I think on one of my comments, I refer to those side elevations that if turning those stick would reduce your density. We don't want you to lose units, but there are like alternative to do that, to make those side elevation kind of like the main entry point. There are some examples of EYA townhomes that they have done that in Silver Spring, which I can share those. So making sure like those side facade kind of like act as the main entry point, so that will help like activating that internal road and help like the units that they are fronting on your phase one of this project, kind of like creating that neighborhood street that neighbors can like facing each other instead of like looking at the side elevation. So that was one suggestion. I think I wrote it on my comments, but more than happy to discuss it further if you need to.
Yeah, hi Natasha. Yeah, you're right. You did make that comment, and I should have mentioned that. So we will look at that. We'll see if that's possible. We have done side entry on townhomes, quite frequently for the reason you mentioned. These are back-to-back townhomes. We'll have to see if that's possible. I'm not sure how that would work inside for the plan for the back-to-back units. This is not a typical traditional 4-story townhouse, but that's something we will look at. I understand the comment.
Yeah, this is Paul
Yeah, I
Mortensen.
understand. So that would require like the like a revised floor plan. So like the two entryway can be from the side, and then one goes to the right, one goes to the left to create that like a back-to-back townhomes. But I understand that that would be like atypical from your floor plan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Paul. Go ahead.
This is Paul Mortensen. I think the comment has already been made, and I think you've heard it. Streamline is a wonderful street on one side currently, with front stoops and porches facing onto the street, a nice uninterrupted sidewalk along that side of the street, and then on this side, you have two major interruptions with very wide radii alleys, connections, and then sides of townhouses and so on. And so, if we could try to make this street more of a real neighborhood-oriented, pedestrian-oriented street, because it will be internal and it will be, obviously less traffic, less noise and everything than the outer edge existing kind of arterials. I think that'd be preferred. The other thing I would just suggest, even Natasha suggested the idea of entrances at the ends, like porches or stoops. The other thing that you might be able to do without losing units are that if you take the two southern strings that end up on Streamline and you make them actually parallel to Josiah Henson Parkway rather than parallel, to the upper street, you end up creating that open space. That open space that currently is shown at the south there is created in the middle on your internal sort of muse street. That would help then to create kind of this centrally focused, wider, more open space that terminates your Stonehenge Place. And that type of a move, begins to make that middle then on your Streamline Drive more of an important public element that might be, captured by the residents rather than the one that currently is on Josiah Henson. So just little moves like that could help, I think, significantly in creating kind of the type of place that a townhouse development rather than a higher density apartment type development really needs, to kind of create the there in these types of neighborhoods.
Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Greg, is there anything else that you wanted to touch on?
No.
I wanted to just go over the public open space versus common open space, and I think it might just be a clarification. We were working with Matt Folden on another project, off of Crab's Branch, and the difference between those two was very important. And it seemed as if this type of 2-unit condo, like 2/2s, or these back to back, that they would be considered multifamily. Thus, public open space is appropriate and not common open space. But I'm not sure. It might not be apples to apples. I was hoping you could clarify that a bit.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yes, per the code, the 2/2 multifamilies do require public open space and townhomes require common open space. I think a little bit of the difference here is that, and the code requirement is what it is. And so absolutely, the one requirement is for the one unit type and the others for the other. This one's a little bit more urban, here at the corner. So I don't know that it's exactly apples to apples, but the requirement is as you described it.
Okay, and I guess just assuming that, and echoing from what Greg said, whereas the open space was planned to be in this location, if it does need to be public open space, I think the location is appropriate per the code, that we would be meeting that requirement. And I'm not sure if that's the real driver to look at, some other way to make the open space work, or where it's desired to be more internal. But we really like the location, like Greg said, and we do feel like it meets the zoning intent.
Mike and Greg, do you have any thoughts that you want to reveal today about Paul's comment about twisting those towns and creating more open space there in the center?
Yeah, I guess I'm glad you asked that, Bob, because I do want to clarify what you're saying, Paul. You saying basically put the open space, make it more elongated, and place it basically where the pedestrian connection is now as it comes through. Pull it off the corner and make it sort of running linear between those units.
Yeah, all of this could be part of that equation. The idea is, it just in a simple move here, is at the very bottom along Josiah Henson, you have these very deep, not very deep, but they're deeper front yards. If those front yards were actually put on the next string up on your central, I think this central I think it's basically a fire lane, I'm assuming, isn't it? That's online with the Stonehenge place.
That's right. It also serves as a fire lane. That's right.
Yeah. Is it a real street? I mean, will cars be driving on that?
No.
Okay. The idea is if you just took that string, the southern string that faces that fire lane, and you canted it so that it's parallel with Josiah Henson, and then you took the other string and you made it more parallel with Josiah Henson, then you could capture that space there in the middle, which opens up. If people, you have residents in most of your neighborhood are basically to the west, and if they're going to be walking up to this public space or anything, along Stonehenge, they'll look up and they'll see a space that sort of terminates the view, rather than kind of a tight muse. And so that was the idea. And then you could make it into something that could be more of an internal public space for the residents, and it would be in a location that's a little more friendly to them, kind of hanging out and reading a book or whatever in that area. And then it might, in that case, it's central, it's accessible by everybody, and it just, I think, becomes more of a usable public space. That was just the idea there. I was trying to think of something that could help this very strong east-west axis on Stonehenge actually terminate into something more meaningful at the eastern end, and I think that would help it in some way.
we actually looked at turning those units. The unfortunate thing is that we lose units when we try to turn it. It's very close to the property line today. So if you do an angle, those end units directly adjacent to streamline, we lose, we end up losing. So that's the trade-off with that.
Yep.
And then, the area plan does designate that corner as the quote west urban or the east urban park. And so that's what we're adhering to with that corner plaza. And it bookends with the east park or the west park, excuse me. And then we have a central park in the middle. So it's part of a larger scheme, but it's really based on the area plan's priority or objective.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think, before, when you had, 5, 6, 7-story buildings or higher facing it, it was, I thought it was a very nice space, and there was a lot of logic to it. When they're lower buildings like this, and it's more people coming out of each one of their stoops to come onto this space, it's on a very auto active corner, auto and bus. There's going to be a lot of buses, a lot of cars coming up and down town and going up and down Josiah Henson. So it's probably not the most ideal location. I understand everything you're saying. I think we've suggested some ideas about, some stoops or porches at the ends, if at the ends of strings. That could help if you can do that. But, I think streamline is, at least in my opinion, and I think in our opinion of the staff, is like your A street for this development. That's where everybody's going to be walking and hanging out and, seeing each other. And I just think we should, if you can do anything to make that street a wonderful pedestrian street, with cars also, but with a wonderful place to stroll and so on, the better. So that's what I think our goal is here. And I think, so any of these changes are just changes that I'm hoping can just help you adjust this a little bit without losing a lot of units.
I got you. That makes sense, Paul.
Yep.
I think the project to the east as well, Lumen's Plaza, that has the same typology with the back-to-back townhouses, also does a really good job at positioning the common open space. That project also is classified as common open space, but it did a good job at positioning that space more interior to the site to serve, the intent of that particular open space. So just a note there.
Is that a new project, Tamika?
It is, yes. It was just approved. Yep, the same typology that you're proposing here.
Okay.
Common open space.
Yeah, Greg, that's a project I handled, so I have all the information.
Oh,
on that.
good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Yeah, we'll take a look at that yeah. Okay. Other than that, I didn't really have any additional comments. I thought your comments were very straightforward, and we'll study them. And January 6th, we'll have to try and pull everything together for that. Bob, I guess we'll need to talk about that.
So what do you all think for the, we have a designated day set up for follow-up discussions or like a post DRC, but that falls on, I think, the 24th of December. So I don't know if you all want to try to make that. In fact, I don't know if most of us will be around. But we should probably set something up if you think you need another discussion with us before your final submission.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Thursday, I'm trying to think what the calendar, January 2nd and 3rd, I think that's a Thursday and a Friday. Are those work days for the county? Would those be an option?
Yes, we reopen on the 2nd, January 2nd.
2nd, okay.
Yeah, just if we need to make changes, it might be tough to get it in by the 6th. But if we're pretty close with what we're doing, it could be possible. Are you closed the 26th, 27th, 30th, 31st? Or just there's not enough staff that could
Yeah,
Um,
we are
coordinate?
are out.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'm available those days that you mentioned, either before or after, including the 24th. Greg, you and Mike pick how you want to follow up.
Well, how about we, Bob and Mike, sort of get together and go through the comments. Again, we didn't really have much of a chance to look at these, at least not too much. And then could we come back to you, Tamika, with a possible day that works for everyone to have another discussion?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
But for now, do you want us to hold the 24th or not? Or I don't think most of us will be. Yeah, so that's probably not feasible.
Not a good one.
Okay. So
I guess I'm wondering about the end of this week. Would the 20th be possible?
I think that's a Friday.
Yeah, this Friday.
Oh, what time are you in the morning?
I think I'm pretty free. I don't know, Bob and Mike, what your schedule is.
I think the morning would be better for me.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good anytime in the morning.
Mike, it means you guys got to get the drafting pencil out pretty darn quickly here.
Well, I think part of it is trying to figure out, what Paul, how we could try to do what Paul was suggesting. And then I think Greg will have to look at, what we could do along Streamline there, to try to, make some improvements in that space.
Why don't we set something for the 20th, and if we have to pull the plug, we can.
Yeah, I agree. Could we make it 11, Tamika? Would that work?
Yeah, let me, could I have time just to go through everyone's schedule? But I 9 times out of 10, that can probably work.
Earlier would be okay as well. I'm just thinking every hour might help us pulling stuff together. But so 9 or 10 would be okay as well.
Yeah, let us circle back with you on the timing.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
That'd be great.
Thanks again, folks.
Yep, thank you.
Good morning for 10 more minutes. I am Christina Sorrento. I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is the DRC meeting for 14710 Homecrest Road. Your lead reviewer is Parker Smith. Purpose of this meeting for you is to ask any questions based upon the comments you received, and Parker will kind of highlight any major items we should discuss and then turn it over to you. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess overall we're pretty supportive of this layout. I think it accomplishes what we need. We'll need the typical flag lot justification as always, but I think the environmental features at the rear of the site are enough justification to allow the flag lots here. This is a TDR2 overlay zone, which has its own logistics and sort of complications that I know you spoke to Josh Penn this morning. I spoke to Josh Penn this morning, so we'll get all that figured out. My understanding is the purchase of 3 TDRs is what's required to go to 4, which is above the base density of 1. And my understanding is also that a preliminary plan will be required for this because the presence of the TDRs pushes it out of admin sub territory. Yeah, and that's sort of all that I had. I tried my best to cite all the sections that have the TDR language in them. We will need justification for providing less than 2/3 the maximum.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I cannot figure out a way to get a 5th lot on there.
Okay.
And we'll look at it again.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that we would not be able to, or 2 entrances would not be supported. Is
Yeah.
that safe to?
I think that's safe to say, and I think in general, we probably prefer this layout to a 5th lot. But it's, it's just in the code that it needs justification. I think it can be pretty similar to your flag lot
We tried
justification.
public road, and it actually kicked us down to 3 lots. I think we could not make it work with that stream valley buffer.
Right.
We did enough NRI right now we believe to have an accurate stream valley buffer, and that is our next step, is to do the full NRI on this. As far as right of way, the sidewalk, is that, do we coordinate, we just reach out to the neighbor about, because basically we're being asked to double the length of sidewalk on
I
this.
think just confirm that there's not the right of way. I'm pretty sure that there's not, and then see if there's any interest from the adjacent property to the north on if that could be something
about extending across and connecting to the next one down.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just need to show them.
Yeah, obviously we want the connections wherever we can get them, and the
Yeah.
fact that it's really just one intervening property towards that northern connection,
Okay.
I think it's worth at least exploring. But if the property owner to the north is totally anti, that's fine too. We can only do so much.
Okay, I think basically, like I was telling you guys when I walked in, I think this is really just a right of way exercise, it looks like, on this one. So, okay, our biggest concern was flag lots and whether or not we'd be supportive, or you guys be supportive of that on this. It's an ugly looking plan, but we'll have to figure that out. So, okay. I think that's really about it. Andre, this is the property. He's actually the neighbor.
Yeah.
And one,
Yeah, I live at 5 on Crest Court,
Okay.
so it's in my backyard,
he
yeah.
just wanted a little bit of control over what happens in his backyard. He's not a developer.
Yeah.
So he's gonna learn very quickly.
Yeah, I don't want a big farm back there.
Is WSSC on this call, or?
Yes. Hello, this is Luvi. Karen Carpio, she's on vacation, so I'm with WSSC.
Would
My name is Luvi.
I just want, we just got tripped up on another project because we went from a admin subdivision to a 4-lot preliminary plan. On this, will this trigger an HPA because it's 4 lots?
It might be, yes, but what I can do, I can put on the chat my info, and then
Okay.
And then that way you can send me an email.
Okay, I think that's really my biggest WSSC question right now is whether or not we have to do that hydraulic planning analysis for 4
Yeah.
lots or not. Okay, all right.
And Karen, like I say, Karen, she's off, so I'm just covering
Okay.
up for her. So she do email. So
Okay,
anything you need to ask, just go ahead and send an email. Let me go ahead and put my info on the chat.
great. Yeah, I think it was pretty simple on
Yeah,
this one.
great.
Again, I think we got the answers that we were, or what we were looking for now, so.
Great. Yeah, so as a concept plan, this is the end of that process. But of course, we'd be happy to meet if you have anything to work out prior to submission of the preliminary plan, but it sounds like you're squared away.
I think we got enough information. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes.
I'm the chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is the DRC meeting for Wall Property. The purpose of this meeting is to answer any questions you might have based upon the comments you received. The lead reviewer is Ugo Njazi, and this meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Ugo will highlight any of the major items and then turn it over to the applicant. Go ahead, Ugo.
Good afternoon, Ugo Njazi. Big ticket comments so far are having the porch at the front of the building face Quince Orchard, utilizing the existing driveway as a shared driveway, the potential for a 10-foot side path or fee based on the storm drain analysis of whether or not we're going to do a closed section, and protection of the perennial stream, and a new water table test to support existing perk test sites. Open up to you. What questions do you have for us for staff?
Okay, I guess we can touch on the driveway, sharing the driveway. I think I'd sent you an email yesterday or the day before. The current owner does have a good relationship with the adjacent neighbor, so that it is a potential. The concern is, as it comes out onto Quince Orchard Boulevard, it seems to cross the gas right of way or the gas property. The gas company actually owns that. So we don't know what's in place right now, if there's an easement, agreements, or exactly what would be going on, that because we would have to rebuild the driveway apron to meet the fire and rescue, the initial, at least for that first section where we would break off. So there would need to be some work probably across there right away. I don't know if that's an issue or not. So that's something we would have to explore in a little bit more depth.
So now we can take time and talk about applicants looking to further to investigate and see consequences of that.
I mean, obviously, we'd open up a little bit of that property to get rid of some of the driveway that's on our property. That's adjacent driveways and an easement across our property. So I don't think the owner's going to have, the other owner, the adjacent owner, is going to have really an issue with it. It really wouldn't affect him very much. So, but yeah, we'll explore that in a little bit more depth to see if that's feasible. The frontage improvements, I know there was talk about open section versus curb and gutter, and I'm not sure if there is a desire to go one way or another. If that's something DOT could speak to.
You guys on the call?
Is Brenda the reviewer?
Brenda.
Brenda, are you on the call?
No, but Deepak is.
Like, what was the question again?
There, in the comments, there was talk about both open section and curb and gutter section. The road itself right now, there is some curb and gutter, mostly open section. And depending on which way we go, could affect how that site or the frontage is affected. And whether or not there's a preference from DOT as to which way that would go, whether it would be open section or curb and gutter.
So is it open section now under existing conditions? So if that's the case, then we would prefer to keep it that way.
Okay.
But I think, is there a curb on the other side of the street?
There's curb on the other side.
Yeah, is this road super elevated or something? Is that why it is?
I think it might be slightly super elevated, yeah.
Yeah, so probably if it's super elevated, you got to look at the drainage, and I would keep the drainage the way it is right now and see if we can put a swale and drain it. If not, then we can think about putting a curb and gutter and put a storm drain system. I don't know if there's any storm drain system close by to put a closed section roadway.
Yeah, I don't really think it is. I think it mostly goes right into open section and it kind of just drains out of the right of way.
So if that's the case, then I would leave it as open section.
Okay, all right, take a look at that. I mean, it affects how far the side, the bike would be set back. So, but we'll take a look at that.
I see Brenda's on now. Sorry, I don't know if she wants to add it.
Yeah, sorry, I was in another meeting. Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you, Deepak, for jumping in.
Okay. All right, we'll take, I mean, there's not a lot of I mean, we do have that one little finger of property that extends to the south. But other than that, the main property frontage is pretty narrow.
Road is gonna impact the Swift.
Right.
I guess based on that, DOT will determine how much right away.
Yeah, because that little finger to the south would all end up being dedicated to right away. I mean, yeah, you talked about facing the house more towards the road. I mean, we can take a look at that, especially if we're going to be shifting the driveway around. And I mean, we can show something in our plan, obviously, depending on what house actually gets built there, could affect how that gets faced, or, you know, the homeowner that actually wants to, you know, the house that they want to build could affect how that wants to sit on the lot. So.
If you really can, next round drawings, we do want to see at least having the garage behind the porch, side loaded. See if you can really get that front line.
I mean, yeah. The only thing we gotta be careful of is if we start to shift the house and trying to get a side loaded garage may become more difficult because of the septic in the rear.
You'll be able to explore also the shared driveway comment,
Yeah.
because that may also help to have the side loaded garage if the driveway is shared on that side, right?
Well, I mean, the driveway would be on the right-hand side as you're looking at the plan right now. So if we're moving the house more to face Quince Orchard, that's gonna shift the driveway. Well, yeah, we could possibly move the driveway to the other side of the house as potential. But
You can play with it. I
Yeah.
think there's a little bit of flexibility there. But yes, the thought is to have the front of the house facing the road and the garage more secondary to the side or seated just away from front. That's the thought.
yeah, we'll take a look at it, see how that works out. I guess the only other question, we'll probably just have to discuss this with Heidi and her group, is the septic. And, how the additional testing that we're gonna have to do. And, I mean, we were going off, the owner had some emails from a couple of years ago from Heidi's group about that the septic was good to go as we were showing it from a previous plan, which was back in the 80s. So that's what that layout is based on, so.
Hey, Jeff, this
Yeah,
is
go ahead.
Heidi. Hey, this is Heidi. Yeah, it looks like the owner was communicating with us back in, I think it was 2018. But unfortunately at that time, we were just looking at the dates on the records. So an in-depth review of the actual results is where the data surfaced about the actual water table levels. So unfortunately, that's where that further detail revealed that more testing would be required. You can kind of go about it two ways. I mean, I really think you need a new water table test. You could use the existing water table test, but you're so limited. So you could try to get perk tests that would match up with your existing water table data, but I think that's going to be very difficult. So I think it's really just a matter of doing the new water table test to see if that will support the existing perks, and you probably also need one or two additional perks, as I mentioned before. So you would get that application into us as soon as you can, so that way when the water table season opens, you can go ahead and get that testing done.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that the water table test was that shallow based on the depth of the perk tests.
Right. I mean, I have no idea how they proceeded with the perk tests the way they did. I mean, obviously they shouldn't have, because they went way deeper on the perk tests than what the water table would have allowed. So I'm not really sure what happened there, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought maybe there might have been a water table test at one of that other perk test site. I'm not sure. which-
Yeah, I double checked, but the only ones were at that F location, and then below that at perk test A was also a water table test. But I think that was restricted even shallower at like 6 feet.
Okay, well, we'll get an application in and get that ready for a water table. Hopefully in January, February.
Yes, hopefully. We'll see.
Some rain.
Thanks.
Other than that, I don't know if we really had any other questions. I think those were the main points. Unless there's anything else you guys had, but
I think that was the big items. I know DOT and Florence just need more stuff from you, and you're gonna have to probably look into an extension for after you guys do your table testing.
yeah, with the water table test, not till, at least a month or two coming up, we'll end up having to get an extension, for sure.
Then I guess offline we can talk about potential easement, gas easement.
Yeah.
Sure. All right.
Yeah, and maybe I guess you guys probably have a better contact with gas company than we do. So hopefully we can utilize that. All right, that's all we had.
Does anybody online have anything?
Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Christina Sorrento. I'm the Chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and this is a DRC kind of discussion item is what we call these for Little Steps Daycare. And your lead reviewer is Mark Beal, and I'm going to turn it over to him, although I will say that this is being live streamed and recorded. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. So Mark Beal for the record. This is Little Steps Daycare at 16650 George Avenue, just south of Olney. There's an existing antique store here, and the daycare is going to be behind it. This is the applicant's meeting. Please let us know any major questions you have. I don't think anything really major jumped out at staff as a concern, but great, major meeting.
Great, yeah, and we're gonna definitely proceed to questions. I'll let the team introduce themselves. Chris Rulin with Lord Charlie and Brewer.
Vince Biazzi with Lord Charlie and Brewer.
Courtney Gallagher with Morris and Ritchie Associates.
I see Robert Engel at least online.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Robert Engel with Lenhart Traffic Consulting.
So just to provide some context for everybody, DRC doesn't always happen for conditional uses clearly, but we submitted this to sort of like a voluntary DRC. There is a second DRC that's going to happen because this project is going to require a preliminary plan. And we have been moving to utilize the recent change in the subdivision regulations to allow for concurrent review. Our preliminary plan has been submitted and is in intake. So hopefully it's on its way to getting through intake. But I expect that we'll be back here in the next few weeks or so for a more robust DRC when the preliminary plan is available to look at. This still gives us sort of a read on the conditional use aspects, and I would anticipate that coming out of this, we'll do a response probably at the time of the preliminary plan response that would speak to the comments that we've got in front of us today. But I just want to make sure that was clear. The first comment on here was about sort of the hearing examiner schedule, and it pertains to what I was just describing. I think to get these things on track to be reviewed concurrently, we're going to have to ask for an extension of the hearing examiner's date. I think they assigned an April 1st date, but we need to make sure that that's allowing enough time to get the preliminary plan to come forward. So I expect that we'll be dealing with that in the new year as well. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Courtney. I think the first questions that we were looking for more info on the water resources comments, probably.
Sure. Yeah. So the water resource comment in particular that I noted, there was a comment that a stormwater concept had not been submitted, and we did submit a stormwater concept, albeit over a year ago in October of 2023. I did go online earlier this morning and I saw that the project was suspended, but we had it reinstated. So see if I can get you that number. But there is a stormwater concept that has been filed. We did receive comments and we are working on addressing those comments with that staff there. So I'm sorry, the stormwater number is 290087. So
Mark or Andrew?
I'm here. Yeah, thank you very much for that number. I'll be able to look that up now and see where we stand. One thing that I brought up when looking at this most recently was there's an existing stormwater management easement on the property. I want to make sure we pick that up with the original review and you guys are aware of it, because that'll have to be dealt with if we're going to start doing any kind of modifications within that easement area.
understood. Yeah, we saw that in the project, the site info. It's our understanding that it's not being utilized, but we'll dig into that a little deeper and see if we can confirm what it's being used for, why it's there, and if we can abandon it or relocate it.
Okay, thank you.
So that was it for water resources. Moving on to fire department access. One of the comments that was made was requesting a 15-foot wide clear and walkable grade along all exposed exterior walls. No vertical obstructions greater than 18 inches and no slopes greater than 4:1. So I want to get a little more information if we can on that comment right now. So this is, as a daycare center, the areas that are accessible to the children have to be fenced for safety and security reasons. So right now that fence is located approximately 5 feet off the building face and probably around 50% of the building facade. So I would expect that wouldn't be permitted as currently designed in response to that comment. But I'm wondering if we could get a little more clarification on what would be acceptable and how we could potentially address that comment and maintain the secure perimeter.
You can absolutely have fences. That's not a problem as long as you have at least 3-foot wide gates. You'll have to define your method of access control. Placing them at 5 feet off the building face is a problem. Really, they need to be at least 10 feet to give space to throw ground ladders. 15 feet is what's in the executive regulation. 10 feet really works. So we can work on doing a new layout. This is Marie LaBall, and I am your primary reviewer for this.
Thank you, Marie. So where we have the fence restriction, I'm hearing 10 feet clear is acceptable from the building to the.
Yeah, I can make 10 feet work. 5 feet is not a good distance. That's like right smack in the middle of any useful space.
Gotcha. Understood.
As far as, this is Paul Mortensen, with Planning Department. As far as that comment relates to what we had been talking about, we just thought that, one, it's a very cramped space. So if kids are coming out of a couple doors at the same time, you're basically banging into doors. But potentially, at least particularly on the front, facing the parking, it might be nice to have the fence have a stronger relationship to the sidewalk. It could be at the edge of the sidewalk with landscaping then, on the inside. Right now, there's like not a lot of room. It's just very cramped in there. So we thought it would be nicer potentially to have the fence more associated right at the edge of the sidewalk and then have landscape and pathways and all of that on the inside.
Okay, we'll have to work with our, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm fire department access. So I'm different from the aesthetics. If you do go with any kind of landscaping, you can't have anything that's more than 18 inches that grows higher than 18 inches in that space. So no trees or something like that. So if you do go with a landscaping plan, I'll actually need to see that when you bring it back for fire department access.
Understood. Yeah, I was also going to just caveat that we'll have to work with our architecture team and the Primrose user, because they do have some restrictions regarding landscaping within those spaces as well. Again, for related to the safety of the children using those spaces. Another question I had from the fire department comments, was related to the 3-point turnaround and the curb radii being no less than 25 feet where pavement clear width is 20 feet. So most of our curb radii are 25 feet. I believe that comment was made in regards to the curb edge that's plan right of the handicap spaces. Is that correct?
Yep, that was the only spot I saw.
Okay, so our expectation was that a fire department vehicle would come in from the northern leg of that first sort of loop road, yep, right where that cursor is going, and then make a right turn to be parallel to the front. I'm sorry, past that entrance. Yep, right in front of the building there. Could park there, perform whatever fire function duties were necessary, and then back up, right along the same route they entered from, before continuing forward right around the rest of that southern loop or initial loop.
I appreciate your efforts to predict the movements of our firefighters, but if you have a 2-way driveway at both entrances, you can get trucks coming from every direction, and you must provide access compliant from all directions. If you limit it to a 1-way driveway, we can absolutely look at that.
Understood. Yeah, that was actually going to be my next question. We did receive another comment as well about making that a 1-way driveway starting from the page north here, and then running 1 way towards the south. If we did that, would that comment essentially go away, or would we still need to provide a 25-foot radius at that curb?
It doesn't necessarily go away because the opposite radius has to then become 30 feet because you're now creating a bend in the access path rather than a full intersection. So we're losing pavement on one side, we have to add it to the other. So we can look at it. We can certainly design something that'll work, but so it doesn't necessarily go away, it just needs to be addressed in a different way.
Okay, understood.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I had any other questions on fire department access. the design comments that we received, let's see, we talked about the one-way access, which I think in particular with regards to fire access, we probably would consider going to one-way. The door swings we touched on as well. The material of the security fencing. So again, some of these materials were established by the user Primrose. They do have a wrought iron fence option that can be utilized for some of that perimeter fence. But for clarification, is this requirement that all of the fencing be converted to a wrought iron? And actually, let me clarify, it's an aluminum fence that's made to look like a wrought iron fence. Is that, are there any particular locations that must be changed, or can we keep some of the chain link fence, like at the rear of the site, for instance, where it's less visible from the general public?
Right around. Where to do now? We'll have to follow up on that. I'm not.
Okay. Just in general, I don't think there's any issue converting at least some of that fencing, but we'd like a little more clarification on where is priority.
I think part of the thinking there too would be that in the rear, it's going to be adjacent to the required perimeter screening. So I don't know if it, chain link might work there.
Yeah, we'll speak with them about that.
So the other question was related to the retaining walls around the edge of the building, eliminating the jogs. I was just curious, I guess, to receive some more clarification on where exactly that request is being made and potentially why. There's some justification, or there's a lot of justification as to why we have the walls aligned the way we do. And I can share that, but if the reviewer made the comment, could give us a little more clarification as to where and why.
I would say with the planning again, this is Paul Mortensen again. It's again the comment about the 5-foot width of the fence and the building that is being basically required because of that wall. And it seemed to us that if that wall just went straight, without the kink there, then your fenced area for access to the playground and access out of your building could be wider again. So it's just a similar comment to what we had made before.
Understood. So it's not specifically that there is a jog in the wall, but essentially the space that's created.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. The reason, just so you know, that wall does that there is because there are actually 4 specimen trees along the southern edge of that property, and we're proposing to remove 1 but retain 3 of them, and that wall there gives a little bit or minimizes the disturbance to that specimen tree. But
We would be fully supportive of that idea. We would love to keep trees. That's probably a priority in our minds.
Okay.
Okay. I believe, actually one other comment, let's see.
Trees in the eye.
Yes, the trees, adding additional trees to that central landscape island. The landscape plan isn't the current plan that's up, but we do have 2 trees proposed in that island. Is there a certain number of trees that you're looking for in particular? I believe we provided heat island calculations and we're meeting the requirement or canopy requirement. Is there additional specific recommendation or request that we can respond to?
I would just suggest aesthetically, as far as we're concerned, just as long as you have some trees there that can be large species trees that eventually will grow and create shade for that area, that'd be great.
I don't think I had any other questions. I know we received some environmental comments as well, but the recommendation was to work offline on some of those, so we'll be following up on those items. I think that's all I have, Chris.
Great. So hand it over to Robert, who's online to kind of review some of the comments we got on traffic and transportation.
Yep, I think for the most part, we're okay with the comments. We will reach out for specifics as we work through them. I think one that's worth talking about at this point, though, is under the frontage improvements. And I'll read the comment quickly. The 2018 Bicycle Master Plan recommends a side path along the service drive, extend the existing side path north of the site across the HOA property to the north and the site frontage. So I guess just want to clarify that it sounds like that comment's asking for us to extend a planned side path beyond our site frontage as part of a frontage improvement.
Yeah, hey,
and we just
oh, sorry. I didn't mean
No,
to
go
interrupt,
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead.
You good? Okay, sorry. I'm Katie Mancarini. I'm subbing in for Justine while he's been out on vacation. Yes, we wanted to provide clarity. Thank you, Mark, for showing this view. So we do know that the bicycle master plan is showing a side path on the east side of the service drive, but we see that there's a sidewalk there today and there's healthy trees there. So we don't want to get rid of those to expand for the side path. We'd rather continue the side path where it ends. I think it's shown right there, all the way down to where you are showing it proposed along your frontage and then continue it down along your frontage. We think that's going to be the better option. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Does that provide the clarity you're looking for?
I think so. So I'm just, I guess, is that going to be considered a frontage improvement, even though it's on an adjacent property, or is that something we should be looking at with the
LATR?
LATR offsite,
Yeah,
the
I think
proportionality guide?
we would be open to looking at that as an off-site improvement, but we do, I mean, I will tell you that when we're trying to connect facilities and this is a relatively short segment. So, I mean, I think that's something we would be open to discussing with you. I can't give you a definitive answer right now.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So, okay, we'll keep that in mind as we, update the study and work
Yeah,
on
let's
the
take a look at
10% plans and everything else as well.
Yeah. Because I don't think, did you guys provide a list of mitigation projects with your TIS? I don't think you did.
We did not. We maybe called out a crosswalk restriping because it is a relatively small cost cap for this one. I think it's only
it's like under
$5,000 or
5,000.
so,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
there's
So
not a lot, obviously, that can get done with that type of money. So
for sure.
I think we wanted to discuss more with staff as we work through that.
Yeah. What I think I can comfortably say is we'd like you to explore the feasibility of extending that, and then we can talk more about how it works with the rest of your packaging.
Okay, great. Yeah, we'll keep that in mind as we work through. I don't think we necessarily have any other questions at this time. Like I said, we'll follow up as we work through the rest of the comments if we have any specific questions.
I do have a point of clarification on one of my comments. I realize it.
Sure.
Thanks for the opportunity. So I think I put in here that like the preliminary plan is going to be coming in after the new GIP is in place. But I did confirm with some of our CPP staff that you guys will have the opportunity to choose between the two since you had an approved scope prior to the new GIP going into effect. So if you had any questions about that, I wanted to provide clarity.
No, that's really helpful. And I think Chris was maybe going to bring that up at some point here. So if we have the opportunity to use the previous, that's helpful.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Katie. Sure. I think we might have wanted to ask about the bicycle parking.
Yeah. Thanks for bringing that up.
Short term, I don't know if the plan is or isn't showing short term parking, but if that's racks and such, that's certainly something we can look at and I presume accommodate. The long term, I think it might be helpful to get some guidance about what's shown on the plan now. And Courtney, maybe you can explain better. It's not bike lockers that are actually shown there. It's more of a shelter.
Yeah, so we don't currently have a specific design, but the intention is that would be a bike shelter. So something that someone could walk into, and then there would be bike racks inside the shelter itself. That was because essentially the parking or the bicycle parking requirement that we understood had to be long-term and sheltered in a way. So is that type of structure acceptable or?
That's definitely more along the lines of what we're looking for than the bike lockers. So what I would appreciate if you could is to show a schematic of what you're showing, like maybe both the plan view, but also like what the facility type's going to look like, maybe a rendering, and then just demonstrate how it conforms with the long-term requirements that are in section 6.2, and then we can go from there.
Okay.
Great, that's helpful. I don't think we have, I think that's our list. Do we hit on everything? I think that's our list. So we definitely appreciate the opportunity to ask these questions, and we'll be working. Again, kind of in terms of timing, I don't think it makes sense to do a response to this yet. I think we should hold it and combine it with the preliminary plan if that works for you all. And I do think we'll probably, I'm gonna guess it may be January when we see you on that.
Okay, and if you want to talk over anything between now and the submitting of that, let us know. We'd be glad to set something up in case you want to talk anything, figure anything out.
Great, yeah, and again, that preliminary plan is sort of in and has been in, it's just gotta get through the process to get accepted, so.
And the reason I didn't give you a full schedule is because I knew the hearing examiner date was going to get pushed. So that's why I didn't give you a schedule of all the different stuff, because it's all dependent on the preliminary plan.
Yeah, and we agree with that concurrent review. I mean, I think it's gonna be, for this scale of this project, it's gonna be way more efficient for these guys to proceed kind of with both applications, getting comments, and reviews and hearings at the same time, so.
Thank you.
Okay, good, we appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Take care.